Hello everyone, welcome to Let's Crack UPSC CSE English. In our NCERT Marathon series, today we'll see Contemporary India 1, Class 9th NCERT. So this is our part 1. We'll start session of today's marathon series, Contemporary India 1. It's my pleasure to welcome you all on Unacademy, India's largest learning platform, where you will get unlimited access for live and recorded classes, structure courses, and much more. It's me, Rushikesh Inamdar, guiding UPSC aspirants from last 8 years. You can follow me on Unacademy through this link. Yes friends, on 13 June, we are conducting Unacademy Civil Services Championship. Please lock your calendar for 13th June morning, 10 am to 12 pm. So in this championship, you can enroll absolutely free and chance to win scholarship and prizes worth rupees 3 crore. So in these scholarships, you will get 25% to 100% scholarships, attracting prizes like MacBook, iPad, iPhone, AirPods. Yes. So hurry up and register yourself for the combat. Yes friends, we are providing 4-in-1 offer, which is limited period offer. 4-in-1 offer, which means 4 benefits with single subscription. For that you have to go with minimum 1 year's subscription with Unacademy. We'll discuss this offer in detail during the session. Those aspirants pursuing their graduation or after their 12th examination planning to start their preparation for civil services, they can go with our subscription Iconic. Now, what is the benefit of Iconic subscription? The Iconic subscription, which consists of all the features of plus courses like live classes, weekly tests, structured courses, unlimited access, and along with that additional features like personal guidance, study planner, study material, expert guidelines, and test analysis provided in the Iconic subscription. These are the paid subscriptions available on our platform, Plus and Iconic subscription. Now friends, you will get 10% discount after using referral code RBI Live on these paid subscriptions. Which means when you will opt Plus course for 2 years, you have to pay only 64,800 rupees after discount, which means using referral code RBI Live. And for Iconic subscription 2 years duration course, you have to pay only 1,04,175 rupees after discount. So do not forget to use code RBI Live. We are going to start new batches from 2nd June. So friends, we have 1 year, 2 year batches, NCERT batches, and revision batches. So as per your convenience, you can join these batches. We are providing free test series for all aspirants, where we will cover general studies and current affairs part. Here also you can use code RBI Live to unlock the test. And for Unacademy Combat, which is absolutely free for all aspirants, here also you can enroll absolutely free with referral code RBI Live. We are conducting Unacademy Combat on every Sunday morning 11 am. So friends, let's start today's session, Contemporary India 1, which is NCERT of class 9 for Geography. So in our NCERT marathon sessions, friends, we are covering all NCERTs page by page. So you have to revise after the completing the particular NCERT. You have to just revise those through your notes, because we are covering page by page and line by line NCERT in our marathon sessions. Yes, friends. Now, in this NCERT, Contemporary India 1, we will cover chapter on India size and location, physical features of India, drainage, climate, natural vegetation, and wildlife, and lastly, population. So let's start today's session. We'll see till what time we will cover which chapter. So let's start today's session. So hello everyone. Shoaib Harish Ramkumar will start today's NCERT of class 9th Contemporary India 1. Now we'll start with India size and location. So friends, as per the heading, we can guess what information we will cover in this chapter. So here we go. India size and location. So India is one of the ancient civilizations in the world. It has achieved multifaceted socio-economic progress during the last 5 decades. It has moved forward, displaying remarkable progress in the field of agriculture, industry, technology, and overall economic development. So India has also contributed significantly to the making of world history. So if we are talking about our nation, which is the ancient civilizations in the world, achieved multifaceted socio-economic progress during the last 5 decades. If we are talking about in our process of development, there are various fields included like agriculture, which is backbone of our country, industry, we are still growing in this sector, technology, as per the human power, we have so much manpower in this technology sector, human resources we have in technology sector, expertise working throughout the world from our country in technology field, and after all, economic development. So through this all sector development, we are also contributed into the making of world history. Yes, friends. Now, after that, we'll talk about location of our country. So, friends, here we'll understand location on a map. Yes, location of our country. So, India is a vast country which lying entirely in the northern hemisphere. Yes, भारत एक बहुत बड़ी कंट्री और बहुत बड़ा देश है जो कि नॉर्दर्न हेमिस्फीयर में बसा हुआ है। नॉर्दर्न हेमिस्फीयर की बात करें, so friends, this is the northern hemisphere. Yes, now understand. So this is a northern hemisphere. And this is, yes. So we are lying in the northern hemisphere. The mainland extended between latitudes 8 degrees 4 north and 37 degrees 6 north, and longitudes 68 degrees 7 east and 97 degrees 25 east. Yes. So this is our location. The Tropic of Cancer, 23 degrees 30 north, divides the country into almost two equal parts. Yes, the Tropic of Cancer divides the country into almost two equal parts. To the southeast and southwest of the mainland, which lie the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Yes. Here we can say about Andaman Nicobar Islands. Yes, the small line, we can say the Andaman Nicobar Islands. So the southeast lie the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the southwest Lakshadweep Islands. So Andaman and Nicobar Islands in the Bay of Bengal, whereas the Lakshadweep Island in Arabian Sea. Yes. So this is the location of our country. The latitude 8 degrees 4 north and 37 degrees 6 north, and on longitudes 68 degrees 7, 97 degrees 25 east. Yes. Now friends, the southernmost point of the Indian Union, which is known as Indira Point, got submerged under the sea water in 2004 during the tsunami. Yes, so during this NCRT session, in between the points we will cover the do you know topic given in the NCRT. So this is the Do you know the southernmost point of Indian Union, Indira Point, got submerged under the seawater in 2004 during the tsunami. Now this Indira Point is located here in Andaman and Nicobar. Yes, now we'll see. Zoom face. Yes, friends, now see the North Andaman, South Andaman, Car Nicobar, Great Nicobar, and this is the Indira Point. Even you can open your atlas. Yes, this is marked Indira Point. So friends, which is in near Andaman and Nicobar. So this is Indira Point. Yes, friends. This is the Indira Point. Now, after the location, we'll see size. So friends, the landmass of India has an area of 3.28 million square kilometer. India's total area accounts for about 2.4% of the total geographical area of the world. So the landmass of India has an area of 3.28 million square kilometer. India's total area accounts for about 2.4% of the total geographical area of the world. Now we'll see in the figure. So it is clear that India is the 7th largest country in the world. India is the 7th largest country in the world. India has a land boundary of about 15,200 kilometers and the total length of the coastline of the mainland, which including Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep, is 7,516.6 kilometers. So when we are talking about the coastline of India, which is around 7,516.6 kilometers approx. So India is bounded by the Young-Fold Mountains in the northwest, north and northeast, south of about 22 degrees north latitude. It begins to taper and extend toward the Indian Ocean. So dividing it into two seas, the Arabian Sea, which is on the west, and the Bay of Bengal on the east. Yes, now we'll see. So when we are talking about latitudinal and longitudinal extent of the mainland, which is about 30 degrees. But despite this fact, the east-west extent appears to be smaller than the north-south extent. Which means This seems to be smaller than the north-south extent. Yes. Now, from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, there is a time lag of 2 hours. Hence, time along the standard meridian of India, 82 degrees 30 east, passing through the Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh, it is taken as the standard time for the whole country. So the latitudinal extent influences the duration of the day and night as one moves from south to north. So the latitudinal extent influences the duration of the day and night as one moves from south to north. So when we are talking about from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, there is a time lag of 2 hours. Hence, time along the standard meridian of India passing through Mirzapur is taken as the standard time for the whole country. Now, the diagram which shows about the area of countries throughout the world. So, Russia having 17.9, 17.09, Canada 9.98, USA 9.83, China 9.60, Brazil 8.51, Australia 7.69, and India 3.28. So the seventh largest country in the world. So these are the graph which is sourced by the United Nations Demographic Yearbook 2015. So India, 7 largest countries of the world. Russia is first, then Canada, USA, China, Brazil, Australia, and then India. Now see, so 68 degrees 7 west to 97.25 east, which is around 2,933 kilometers, and from north to south, that is from 37 degrees 6 to 8 degrees 4, which is about 3,214 kilometers. This is standard meridian. Which is passing through Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. So these are the Lakshadweep Island, Andaman Nicobar Islands, the Bay of Bengal, and Arabian Sea, which we have discussed. Now friends, will go one by one and in detail each and everything. So whenever you have any doubt, just note down that doubt. We will discuss all your queries at the end of the session. Yes. Now, after that, we'll see India and the world. So, the Indian landmass has a central location between the East and the West Asia. India is a southward extension of the Asian continent. So, the trans-Indian ocean routes, which connect the countries of Europe in the west and the countries of East Asia, which provide a strategic central location to India. Then note that the Deccan Peninsula protrudes into the Indian Ocean, thus helping India to establish close contact with West Asia, Africa, and Europe from the western coast, and with Southeast and East Asia from the eastern coast. So, no other country has a long coastline on the Indian Ocean as India has and indeed. So, it is India's imminent position in the Indian Ocean which justifies the naming of an ocean after it. So, Indian Ocean. So, when we are talking about the India and the world, the Indian landmass has a central location between the East and West Asia. So, our country is a southward extension of the Asian continent. So, the Trans-Indian Ocean routes, which connects the countries of Europe in the west and the countries of East Asia, which provide strategic central location to India. Yes, the Deccan Peninsula, which protrudes into the Indian Ocean and thus helping India to establish close contact with West Asia, Africa, and Europe from the western coast and the Southeast and East Asia from the eastern coast. So India's contacts with the world have continued through ages, but her relationships through the land routes are much older than her maritime contacts. The various passes across the mountains in the north have provided passages to the ancient travelers, and while the ocean restricted such interaction for a long time. When we are talking about the interaction with the world of our country through the land routes, which are older than the maritime contacts. Now see, India on international highway of trade and commerce. So sea routes red, yes, in blue dotted lines, whereas red is the air routes. So these are the international highway of trade and commerce. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Calcutta. So Mumbai, Chennai, Calcutta are important ports. Now, do you know, since the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, India's distance from Europe has been reduced by 7,000 kilometers. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, which reduced India's distance from Europe, which is approximately 7,000 kilometers. Now, this is the blue line, which is showing the route through Suez Canal from India to Europe. And when we are talking about the route without Suez Canal, which is a longer route, which is demarcated by a red line, which is 7,000 kilometers extra, a long way from India to Europe. Yes, friends. So now, the opening of the Suez Canal was in 1869. Now, these routes have contributed the exchange of ideas and commodities since ancient times. The ideas of the Upanishad and the Ramayana, the stories of Panchatantra, the Indian numerals, and the decimal system has could reach many parts of the world. The spices, muslin, and other merchandise were taken from India to different countries. And on the other hand, the influence of Greek sculpture and architectural styles of dome and minarets from West Asia can be seen in different parts of the country. So when we are talking about these routes which have contributed in the exchange of ideas and commodities since ancient times, the ideas of the Upanishads and Ramayana, the stories of Panchatantra, the Indian numerals, and the decimal system thus could reach many parts of the world. The spices, muslin, and other merchandise were taken from India to different countries, and the influence of Greek sculpture and the architectural styles of dome and minarets from West Asia can be seen in different parts of our country. Now, India's neighbors. Yes, after the location, size, then India and the world, and the international highway of trade and commerce through routes. Now we'll see India's neighbors. So India occupies important strategic position in South Asia. India has 28 states and now 8 union territories. Yes, friends. Presently we have 28 states and 8 union territories. The one was merged with like Div Daman. Just give me a minute, friends. Div Daman and Dadra Nagar Haveli was merged recently. So now number of territories, union territories reduced from 9 to 8. Just give me a moment. Now, friends, so we have like 28 states and 8 union territories. These 8 union territories are Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Chandigarh, the government of NCT of Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Lakshadweep and Puducherry. These are the 8 union territories we have now. Yes, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Chandigarh, Dadra Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, the government of NCT of Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Lakshadweep and Puducherry. So India shares its land boundaries with Pakistan and Afghanistan. Yes, Gururaj, today we are studying Contemporary India Part 1. So India shares its land boundaries with Pakistan and Afghanistan in the northwest, China, including Tibet, Nepal and Bhutan in the north, Myanmar and Bangladesh in the east. So our southern neighbors across the sea, which consist of 2 island countries, namely the Sri Lanka and Maldives. So Sri Lanka is separated from India by narrow channel of sea, which is formed by the Palk Strait and the Gulf of Mannar. So while Maldives Islands are situated on the south of the Lakshadweep Islands. India has had strong geographical and historical links with her neighbors. So we'll see the physical map of Asia, or you can just see the physical map of Asia in your atlas for the references of all we have discussed just now. Yes. So before 1947, there were 2 types of states in India, which means before independence, like the provinces and the princely states. Provinces were ruled directly by British officials who were appointed by the viceroy, and princely states were ruled by local hereditary rulers who acknowledged the sovereignty in the return for local autonomy. Now see, here we'll discuss the 28 states and 8 union territories. So we'll start with the union territories like Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, then Delhi, Daman Diu and Dadra Nagar Haveli, then Puducherry, Chandigarh. And Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So these are the union territories, 8 union territories we have. And Lakshadweep is also there. So these are the 8 union territories we have, and we have states like Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and in Northeast we have Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Meghalaya, and Sikkim. So this is the territory of our India. So we have 28 states and 8 union territories. So friends, School Bhuvan is portal which providing map-based learning to bring awareness among the students about the country's natural resources, environment, and their role in sustainable development. So it is an initiative of Bhuvan, NRSC, ISRO based on NCERT syllabus. Yes. So friends, in this first unit where we have covered the India size and location. So where we have covered the location, then size. So India has an area of 3.28 million square kilometers. So India is the seventh largest country in the world. So the standard meridian of India, which passing through the Mirzapur, is taken as standard time for the whole country. Then we have discussed about India and the world. Then air routes and sea routes map we have seen. So from long decades ago, the spices, muslin and other merchandise were taken from India to different countries. Then we have covered India's neighbors. The India shares its land boundaries with Pakistan and Afghanistan in northwest, China, that is Tibet, Nepal and Bhutan in the north, Myanmar and Bangladesh in the east, and our southern neighbors across the sea, which consist of the two island countries, Sri Lanka and Maldives. So Sri Lanka is separated from India by narrow channel of sea which formed by Palk Strait and the Gulf of Mannar. Whereas the Maldives Islands are situated to the south of the Lakshadweep Islands. Now, after that, we'll start physical features of India. Next topic, physical features of India. Yes, friends. So we have learned that India is a vast country with varied landforms. Now, question is that what kind of terrain do we live in? If we live in the plains, we are familiar with the vast stretches of plain land. In contrast, if we live in hilly region, the rugged terrain with mountains and valleys are common features. In fact, our country has practically all major physical features of the earth. That is, we have mountains, plains, deserts, plateaus, and islands. Yes, the land of India, which displays great physical variation. Geologically, the Peninsular Plateau, which consists or which constitutes one of the ancient land masses on the Earth's surface. So it was supposed to be one of the most stable land blocks. The Himalayas and the northern plains are the most recent landforms. So when we are talking about our diversity, or as a vast country, with varied landforms. So in our country, we have all major physical features of the earth, that is mountains, plains, deserts, plateaus and islands. The land of India, which displays great physical variation, and geologically the Peninsular Plateau, which constitutes one of the ancient land masses on the Earth's surface. Peninsular Plateau. It was supposed to be one of the most stable land blocks. The Himalayas and the northern plains are the most recent landforms. We can say young landforms. Now, from the view of geology, Himalayan mountains from an unstable zone, the whole mountain system of Himalaya, which represents a very youthful topography with high peaks, deep valleys and fast flowing rivers. The northern plains are formed of alluvial deposits. The Peninsular Plateau is composed of igneous and metamorphic rocks with gently rising hills and wide valleys. So, when we are talking about the geological features, or from the viewpoint of geology, Himalayan mountains from an unstable zone, there are various natural processes going on, and the whole mountain system of Himalaya, which represents a very youthful topography with high peaks, deep valleys, and fast flowing rivers. We will study Himalayan rivers as well. The northern plains are formed of alluvial deposits. The Peninsular Plateau is composed of igneous and metamorphic rocks with gently rising hills and wide valleys. Yes, friends. So when we are talking about physical features of India, the India displays great physical variation. Geologically, the Peninsular Plateau, which constitute one of the ancient land masses on the Earth's surface. So these are the most stable land blocks, whereas the Himalayas and the northern plains are the most recent landforms. Whereas the Himalayan mountains form an unstable zone and showing youthful topography. Yes, friends. Now, we'll see major physiographic divisions of our country. Physiographic divisions. The physical features of India can be grouped under various physiographic divisions like first is the Himalayan mountains, second the northern plains, third the peninsular plateau, fourth the Indian desert, fifth the Indian coastal plains, and sixth the islands. So the major physiographic divisions. Now, first we'll see the Himalayan mountains. So there are 6 major physiographic divisions: the Himalayan mountains, the northern plains, the Peninsular Plateau, the Indian desert, the coastal plains, and the islands. Now first we'll see the Himalayan mountains. The Himalayas, geologically young and structurally fold mountains which stretch over the northern borders of India. These mountain ranges run in a west-east direction from the Indus to the Brahmaputra. The Himalayas represent the loftiest and one of the most rugged mountain barriers of the world. The Himalayas represent the loftiest and one of the most rugged mountain barriers of the world. Yes. Now, the Himalayas represent the loftiest and one of the most rugged mountain barriers of the world. They form an arc which covers distance of about 2,400 kilometers. So, their width varies from 400 km in Kashmir to 150 km in Arunachal Pradesh. Now, the altitudinal variations are greater in the eastern half than those in the western half. The Himalaya consists of 3 parallel ranges in its longitudinal extent. A number of valleys lie between these ranges. The northernmost range is known as the Great or Inner Himalayas or the Himadri. It is the most continuous range consisting of the loftiest peaks with an average height of 6,000 meters. It contains all prominent Himalayan peaks. Yes. So the Himalayan mountains, which are geologically young and structurally fold mountains which stretch over the northern borders of India. So these mountain ranges run in west-east direction from the Indus to the Brahmaputra. The Himalayas, which represent the loftiest and one of the most rugged mountain barriers of the world, they form an arc which covers a distance of about 2,400 km. Their width varies from 400 km in Kashmir to 150 km in Arunachal Pradesh. The altitudinal variations are greater in the eastern half than those in the western half. The Himalaya consists of three parallel ranges in its longitudinal extent. A number of valleys lie between these ranges. The northernmost range is known as the Great and Inner Himalayas or the Himadri. It is the most continuous range consisting of loftiest peak with an average height of 6,000 meters. So it contains all prominent Himalayan peaks. Now see the map of the Himalayas, the Great Himalayas. Yes. Now see, this is the Hindu Kush and Kunlun mountains. This is the Pami Mount. Just forget it. Now come to the Himalayas. This is the Karakoram range, Ladakh range, Zaskar range. Then Shivalik range. So this is the Great Himalaya. So there are various passes in the mountain like Zozila, Shipkila. There are also the peak like Mount Everest, Kanchenjunga, Namchabarwa. So we'll see all those details one by one. Now, these are the Himalayas. So now we'll see the river system in details as well in today's session itself. Now, some highest peaks of the Himalayas. Yes, friends, Mount Everest, which is in Nepal, the height in meters is around 8,848 meters. Then Kanchenjunga, India, 8,598 meters. Makalu, Nepal, 8,481 meters. Dholagiri, Nepal, 8,172. Nanga Parbat in India, 8,126. Annapurna, which is in Nepal, 8,078 meters. Nanda Devi, India, 7,870 meters. Kamet in India, 7,756 meters. Namcha Barwa, India, 7,756 meters. And Gurla Mandata, Nepal, 7,728 meters. So these are the some highest peaks of the Himalayas. Now see, the Mount Everest, then Kanchenjunga, Makalu, Dholagiri, yes, Makalu, then Dholagiri, Nanga Parbat, Annapurna, this is Annapurna Peak. Yes, friends. Yes. Then Nanda Devi peak is here. Kamet Namcha Barwa, Kamet Peak, Namcha Barwa, Gulra Mandwa, Yes, so these are the some highest peaks of Himalayas, and this is the Himalayas. Now, the folds of the Great Himalayas are asymmetrical in nature. The core of this part of Himalayas is composed of granite. The core of this part of Himalayas is composed of granite. It is perennially snowbound, and a number of glaciers descend from this range. The range lying to the south of the Himadri, which forms yes, the range lying to the south of the Himadri forms the most rugged mountain system and is known as Himachal or Lesser Himalaya. The ranges are mainly composed of highly compressed and altered rocks. The altitude varies between 3,700 and 4,500 meters, and the average width is of 50 kilometers. While the Pir Panjal range forms the longest and the most important range, the Dhauladar and the Mahabharat ranges are also prominent ones. This range consists of the famous valley of Kashmir, the Kangra and Kullu Valley in Himachal Pradesh. This region is well known for its hill stations. Yes. So the folds of the Great Himalayas are asymmetrical in nature, and the core of this part of Himalayas is composed of granite. It is perennially snowbound, and a number of glaciers descend from this range. So, the range line to the south of the Himadri forms the most rugged mountain system and is known as Himachal or Lesser Himalayas. The ranges are mainly composed of highly compressed and altered rocks. The altitude varies between 3,700 to 4,500 meters, and the average width is of 50 kilometers. So, while the Pir Panjal range forms the longest and the most important range, Pir Panjal range forms the longest and the most important range. The Dhauladar and Mahabharat ranges are also prominent ones. This range consists of famous valley of Kashmir, the Kangra and Kullu Valley in Himachal Pradesh, and this region is well known for its hill stations. Yes, the outermost range of the Himalayas is called the Shivaliks. They extend over a width of 10 to 50 kilometers and have an altitude varying between 900 and 1100 meters. These ranges are composed of unconsolidated sediments which brought down by rivers from the main Himalaya ranges which located further north. These valleys are covered with thick gravel and alluvium. The longitudinal valley which lying between Lesser Himalaya and the Shivalik are known as dunes. So Dehradun, Kotli Dune and Patli Dune are some of the well-known dunes. So the outermost range of the Himalayas is called Shivaliks. They extend over a width of 10 to 50 kilometers and have an altitude varying between 900 and 1100 meters. These ranges are composed of unconsolidated sediments which brought down by rivers from the main Himalayan ranges located further north. These valleys are covered with thick gravel and alluvium, and the longitudinal valley lying between Lesser Himalaya and the Shivalik are known as dunes. Yes, Dehradun, Kotli Dun, Patli Dun are some of the well-known dunes. Now see the relief. Yes. Now after this we'll see. Yes, friends. Now this map is showing the physiographic divisions. Now see, first is the Himalayan mountains. Second, the northern plains. Yes, northern plain. Then third, which is the Peninsular Plateau and also known as Deccan Plateau. Then fourth is the Indian desert. Then fifth one we have the coastal plains. And then the islands. So now see the Himalayan mountains. So these are the Himalayan mountains. So this is the complete. This is the Himalayan mountain. Then northern plain. This area which is northern plain. Then Peninsular Plateau. So this is the Peninsular or Deccan Plateau. Then the Indian desert, Great Indian Desert. Then the coastal plains, that is the western and eastern coast. These are the coastal plains, and then the islands, that is Lakshadweep and the Andaman Nicobar. Now I hope everyone clear the physiographic divisions of India. So these are the major physiographic divisions. Yes, friends. Now, after that, we'll moving to the next part. Yes, this is the picture from the Himalayas. Yes, these are the Himalayas. Now, beside the longitudinal divisions, the Himalayas have been divided on the basis of regions from west to east. Yes, friends. Beside the longitudinal divisions, the Himalayas have been divided on the basis of regions from west to east. These divisions have been demarcated by river valleys. For example, the part of Himalayas which lying between Indus and Satluj has been traditionally known as Punjab Himalaya, but it is also known regionally as Kashmir and Himachal Himalaya from west to east respectively. The part of the Himalayas which lying between Satluj and Kali rivers is known as Kumaon Himalayas. The Kali and Tista rivers demark the Nepal Himalayas. Yes, demarcate the Nepal Himalayas, and the part of lying between Tista and Dihang rivers, which is known as Assam Himalayas. So there are regional names also in these broad categories. So there are some more regional names of the Himalayas. Yes. So the longitudinal divisions, the Himalayas have been divided by the basis of regions from west to east. These divisions have been demarcated by river valleys. For example, the parts of Himalayas lying between Indus and Satluj has been traditionally known as Punjab Himalaya, but it is also known as regionally as Kashmir and Himachal Himalaya from west to east. The part of Himalayas which lying between Satluj and Kali River is known as Kumaon Himalayas. So the Kali and Tista rivers which demarcate the Nepal Himalayas, and the part lying between Tista and Dihang rivers is known as Assam Himalayas. Then yes, Kashmir Himalayas, Himachal Himalayas, Kumaon Himalayas, Nepal Himalayas, and Assam Himalayas. So we can say this is a Kashmir Himalayas, then Himachal Himalayas, then this is Kumaon, Nepal Himalayas, and Assam Himalayas. Yes, friends. Now, the Brahmaputra marks the easternmost boundary of the Himalayas. So, beyond the Dihang Gorge, the Himalayas bend sharply to the south and spread along the eastern boundary of India. Yes, friends. So, the Himalayas bend sharply to the south and spread along the eastern boundary of India. They are known as the Purvanchal or the eastern hills and mountains. So, like this. See the red marking, which is just give me a moment, I'll change the color marking so you will understand. So the Himalayas bend sharply to the south and spread along the eastern boundary of India, which is beyond Dihang, which is yes. Now see, this is yellow clip which is showing. So that yellow part, which is known as the Purvanchal or the eastern hills and mountains. These hills running through the northeastern states are mostly composed of strong sandstones which are sedimentary rocks which covered with dense forests. They mostly run as parallel ranges and valleys. The Purvanchal comprises the Patkai Hills, the Naga Hills, the Manipur Hills, and the Mizo Hills. The Purvanchal comprises Patkai Hills, Naga Hills, Manipur Hills, and Mizo Hills. Yes. So this part, which is comprises of Patki, Naga, Manipur, and Mizo Hills. Yes. Yes, Mabi. Today we are studying about class 9th NCRT of Contemporary India Part 1, where now we are studying the Himalaya mountains. So, the Purvanchal comprises of Patkai Hills, the Naga Hills, the Manipur Hills, and the Mizo Hills. Yes, this is the beautiful scenery of Mizo Hills, which is also given in your textbook of class 9th. view of Mizo Hills. Now, after the Himalayan mountains, now we'll see northern plain, the northern plain. Yes, after the Himalayan mountain. So just have a recap what we have covered in the Himalayas. The Himalayan mountains, which are geologically young and structurally fold mountains, which stretch over the northern borders of India. Yes, from west to east. Then we have studied about highest peaks of Himalayas. So the core of this part of Great Himalayas composed of granite, and in Lesser Himalaya, the Pir Panjal range, which forms the longest and the most important range. There are Doladar and the Mahabharat ranges are also prominent ones in Lesser Himalaya. The outermost range of the Himalayas is called the Shivaliks. Then we have studied these 6 physiographic divisions of India. So the Purvanchal, which comprises the Patkai Hills, the Naga Hills and Manipur Hills, and the Mizo Hills. Sorry, excuse me. And remember that Himalayas bend sharply to the south and spread along the eastern boundary of India beyond the Dihang range. Now we'll study the northern plain. So the northern plain has been formed by the interplay of the 3 major river systems. Yes, the northern plain has been formed by the interplay of the 3 major river systems, the Indus, the Ganga and the Brahmaputra. So along with their tributaries. So northern plain has been formed by the interplay of the 3 major river systems, the Indus, the Ganga and the Brahmaputra, along with their tributaries. So the plain is formed of alluvial soil, the deposition of alluvium in vast basin. Yes, the vast basin lying at the foothills of the Himalaya over million of years, which form this fertile plain. It spreads over an area of 7 lakh square kilometer. The plain being about 2400 km long and 240 to 320 km broad, is densely populated. Physiographic division. So northern plain is a densely populated physiographic division with rich soil cover combined with adequate water supply and favorable climate. It is agriculturally a productive part of India. So, the northern plain has been formed by the interplay of the three major river systems, the Indus, the Ganga, and the Brahmaputra, along with their tributaries. This plain is formed of alluvial soil. So, the deposition of alluvium in a vast basin, which lying at the foothills of the Himalaya over millions of years, yes, form this fertile plain. So, this fertile plain spreads over an area of 7 lakh square kilometers, which is about 2,400 kilometer long and 240 to 320 kilometer broad. Yes, as per there is query from the aspirant. So as per for our examination concern, it is important to study Himalayan hill stations. But currently we are bound to the cover syllab or the topics given in NCERT of class 9th. So definitely during the course we will cover all this important and relevant information of the requirement of examination. Yes. So Kirtana, definitely hill stations are important to study. So here we are bound to cover the topics given in NCERT. In our other lectures, definitely we will cover. Or in special classes, we will cover the complete Himalayan hill stations with their features. So do not forget to attend the special class on Unacademy app where you can use code RBI Life to watch free classes on Unacademy. Yes, now we're moving towards further. So the fertile plain which spreads over an area of 7 lakh square kilometer, the plain being about 2,400 kilometer long and 240 to 320 kilometer broad, is a densely populated physiographic division with a rich soil which cover combined with adequate water supply and favorable climate. It is agriculturally a productive part of India. So the rich soil cover combined with adequate water supply and favorable climate. So obviously it is agriculturally a productive part of our country. So the northern plain. Yes, the northern plains. Now, the rivers coming from northern mountains are involved in depositional work. In the lower course, due to gentle slope, the velocity of the river decreases, which results in the formation of riverine islands. The rivers in their lower course split into numerous channels due to the deposition of silt, and these channels are known as dis- distributaries. Yes, the rivers coming from the northern mountain are involved in depositional work in the lower course due to gentle slope. The velocity of the river the velocity of the river decreases, which results in the formation of riverine islands. The rivers in their lower course, which split into numerous channels due to the deposition of silt, and these channels are known as distributaries. The northern plain is broadly divided into three sections. The western part of the northern plain is referred as the Punjab plains, which formed by the Indus and its tributaries. The larger part of this plain lies in Pakistan. So the western part of the northern plain is referred as the Punjab plains, which formed by the Indus and its tributaries, and the larger part of this plain lies in Pakistan. So the Indus and its tributaries like the Jhelum, the Chenab, the Ravi, and the Bias, and the Satluj, which originate in the Himalaya, and the section of the plain is dominated by the domes. So the northern plain is broadly divided into three sections. The western part of the northern plain is referred to as the Punjab plains, which is formed by the Indus and its tributaries, and the larger part of this plain lies in Pakistan. The Indus and its tributaries, the Jhelum, the Chenab, Ravi, Bias, and Satluj, which originate in the Himalaya, and this section of the plain is dominated by the domes. So, domes, which means the tract of the land lying between two confluent rivers. So, dome is made up of two words, that is do, which is meaning is two, and up, meaning water. Similarly, Punjab is also made up two words, punch, meaning five, and Ab meaning water, Punjab. So this is the like Beach Dome, Bari Dome, Rechna, Jej Dome and Singh Sagar Dome, Punjab. That is 5 waters. Yes, this is the old map which showing the dome. Now, Majuli, yes. So friends, basically the northern plain is broadly divided into 3 sections. The western part of the northern plain is referred to as the Punjab Plains, which is Sinsagar Dome, Jej Dome, Rechna Dome, Bari Dome and Bis Dome. So the Satluj River, Bias River, Ravi River, Chenab and Zhelum, which create this dome, 5 dome, that is Punjab region. Now friends, after that, do you know Majuli in the Brahmaputra river is the largest inhabited riverine island in the world. So the after the dome, now Majuli in the Brahmaputra river is the largest inhabited riverine island in the world. Yes. Now, The Ganga plain extends between Gaggar and Teesta rivers. It is spread over the states of North India. Next is the Ganga plain, which extend between the Gaggar and Teesta rivers. It is spread over the states of North India, Haryana, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, partly Jharkhand and West Bengal to its east, and particularly in Assam lies in Brahmaputra plain. So Punjab plain, the Ganga plain and the Brahmaputra plain. So northern plains are generally described as flat land with no variations in its relief. It is not true. These vast plains also have diverse relief features. So according to the variations in relief features, the northern plains can be divided into 4 regions. The rivers, after descending from mountains, deposit pebbles in a narrow belt of about 8 to 16 km in width, which lying parallel to the slopes of the Shivaliks. It is known as Bhabar. All the streams disappear in this Bhabar belt. So south of this belt, the streams and rivers remerge and create a wet, swampy and marshy region which is known as Terai. So this was thickly forested region full of wildlife, and the forests have been cleared to create agricultural land and to settle migrants from Pakistan after partition. Yes, the Dudhwa National Park is also located in this region. So friends, the northern plains are generally described as a flat land with no variations in its relief, but it's not true. The vast North Plains also have diverse relief features. According to the variations in relief features, the northern plains can be divided into 4 regions. The rivers, after descending from the mountains, so friends, the Ganga plain which extends between Gaggar and Teesta rivers. So it spread over the states of North India like Haryana, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, partly Jharkhand and West Bengal to its east. Particularly in Assam lies the Brahmaputra plain. Now the northern plains are generally described as flat land with no variation in its relief, so it is not true. These vast plains also have diverse relief features. According to the variations in relief features, the northern plains can be divided into 4 regions. So the rivers, after descending from the mountains, deposit pebbles in narrow belt of around 8 to 16 km in width, a line parallel to the slopes of Shivaliks. It is known as Bhabur, and all the streams disappear in this Bhabur belt. South of this belt, the streams and rivers remerge and create a wet, swampy and marshy region known as Terai. So this was thickly forested region full of wildlife, and the forests have been cleared to create agricultural land and to settle migrants from Pakistan after partition. Yes, Dudhwa National Park is also in this Terai region. So the largest part of the northern plain is formed of older alluvium. It lies above the flood plains of the rivers and presents a terrace-like feature. This part is known as Bangar. The soil in this region contains calcareous deposits, locally known as Kankar. So the never younger deposits of the flood plains are called Khadar. Yes. So they are renewed almost every year and so are fertile, thus ideal for intensive agriculture. So this northern plain can be divided into four regions. Kirtana, there may be a technical error, so apologize for inconvenience. Now, the Peninsular Plateau. After the northern plain, we'll see Peninsular Plateau. So friends, the Peninsular Plateau is tableland composed of old crystalline igneous and metamorphic rocks. Yes, crystalline igneous and metamorphic rocks. It was formed due to the breaking and drifting of the Gondwana land and thus making it a part of oldest landmass. The plateau has broad and shallow valleys and rounded hills. This plateau consists of two broad divisions, namely the Central Highlands and Deccan Plateau. The part of the Peninsular Plateau which lying to the north of the Narmada River, which covering a major area of the Malwa Plateau, is known as the Central Highlands. The Vindhyan range is bound by the Satpura range on the south and the Aravallis on the northwest. So the further westward extension gradually merged with the sandy and rocky desert of Rajasthan. So the flow of the rivers draining this region, namely the Chambal, the Sindh, the Betwa and the Ken, is from southwest to northeast, thus indicating the slope and the central highlands are wider in the west but narrower in the east. So the eastward extension of this plateau are locally known as Bundelkhand and Baghelkhand. So the Peninsular Plateau So the Peninsular Plateau is tableland composed of old crystalline, igneous and metamorphic rocks. It was formed due to breaking up and drifting of the Gondwana land and thus making it part of oldest landmass. The plateau has broad and shallow valleys and rounded hills. The plateau consists of two broad divisions, the Central Highlands and the Deccan Plateau. The part of the Peninsular Plateau lying to the north of the Narmada River, which covering major area of the Malwa Plateau, is known as Central Highlands. The Vindhyan range is bound by the Satpura range on the south and the Aravallis on the northwest. The further westward extension gradually merges with the sandy and rocky desert of Rajasthan. The flow of the rivers draining this region, which namely the Chambal, the Sindh, the Betwa and the Kane, is from southwest to northeast, thus indicating the slope, and the central highlands are wider in the west but narrower in the east. So the eastward extension of this plateau are locally known as Bundelkhand and Baghelkhand. So this is the central highlands. This is the picture of a waterfall in Chota Nagpur Plateau. Yes, friends. So friends, Chota Nagpur Plateau marks the further eastward extension drained by the Damodar River. Yes. So the Chota Nagpur Plateau, which marks the further eastward extension drained by the Damodar River. The Deccan Plateau is triangular landmass that lies to the south of the river Narmada. The Satpura range flanks its broad base in the north, while the Mahadev and the Kaimur hills and the Michael range from its eastern extensions. So the Deccan Plateau is higher in the west and slopes gently eastwards. So an extension of the plateau is also visible in the northeast, locally known as the Meghalaya, Karbi Anlong Plateau and the North Kachar Hills. It is separated by fault from the Chota Nagpur Plateau. So three prominent hill ranges from the west to east are the Garo, the Khasi and the Janta Hills. So friends, here is the normal correction where we have discussed the Peninsular Plateau, just correcting the borderlines like this. This is the Peninsular Plateau. Yes. Now, the Chota Nagpur Plateau, which marks the further eastward extension drained by the Damodar River, and the Deccan Plateau is triangular landmass that lies to the south of the Narmada River. and the Satpura range flanks its broad base in the north, while the Mahadev and the Kaimur Hills and the Michael range from its eastern extensions. So, friends, here you can do the activity, which is also mapping section. Definitely, we will cover in our lectures before mains. So, you can start mapping or use the maps. I hope everyone aware about how to use atlas. Yes. So friends, the Deccan Plateau is higher in the west and slopes gently eastward. An extension of this plateau is also visible in the northeast, so locally known as Meghalaya. Yes, friends. Now, the Deccan Plateau is higher in the west and slopes gently eastwards. An extension of the plateau is also visible in the northeast, locally known as the Meghalaya. Karbi and Long Plateau and North Kutch Hills. So it is separated by a fault from the Chota Nagpur Plateau. So the three prominent hills ranges from the west to the east are the Garo, the Khasi and the Jayanta Hills. Now, the Western Ghats and the Eastern Ghats mark the western and the eastern edges of the Deccan Plateau respectively. Now, the Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats mark the western and eastern edges of the Deccan Plateau. Yes. Now, Western Ghats lie parallel to the western coast and they are continuous and can be crossed through passes only. So, locate them. Yes. So, Western Ghats lie parallel to the western coast and they are continuous and can be crossed through passes only. The Western Ghats are higher than the Eastern Ghats. Yes, Western Ghats are higher than the Eastern Ghats. Their average elevation is 900 to 600 meters as against 600 meters of the Eastern Ghats. The Eastern Ghats stretch from the Mahanadi Valley to the Nilgiris in the south, and the Eastern Ghats are discontinuous and irregular and dissected by rivers which draining into Bay of Bengal. The Western Ghats cause orographic rain by facing the rain-bearing moist winds to rise along the western slopes of the Ghats. The Western Ghats cause orographic rain by facing the rain-bearing moist winds to rise along the western slope of the Ghats, and the Western Ghats are known by different local names. The height of the Western Ghats progressively increases from north to south. Yes, the highest peaks include the Anaimudi 2695 meters and the Doda Beta which is 2637 meters. Then Mahendragiri which is 1501 meters. So these are the highest peaks in the Eastern Ghats. Chevroy Hills and Javadi Hills are located to the southeast of the Eastern Ghats. So the famous hill stations of Udugmandalam, popularly known as Ooty and the Kodaikanal. So one of the distinct features of the Peninsular Plateau is the black soil area known as Deccan Tract. This is of volcanic origin, hence the this is the volcanic origin, hence the rocks are igneous. Now actually these rocks have denuded over time and are responsible for the formation of black soil. So friends, one of the distinct features of the Peninsular Plateau is the black soil area which is known as Deccan Tract. Now, so friends, when we are talking about the Western Ghats, where the highest peaks include the Anaimudi, Doda Beta, Mahendragiri, yes, Anaimudi, Doda Beta are the highest peaks, whereas Mahendragiri is the highest peak in the Eastern Ghats. In Western Ghats, Anaimudi and Doda Beta. Whereas in Eastern Ghats, Mahendragiri is the highest peak. The Shevra Hills and the Javadi Hills are located to the southeast of the Eastern Ghats. The famous hill stations of Udagmandalam, which is popularly known as Uti, and the Kodaikanal. So friends, one of the distinct features of the Peninsular Plateau is the black soil area known as Deccan Tract. Now, this is volcanic origin. So the rocks are igneous, and these rocks have denuded over time and are responsible for the formation of black soil. The Aravalli Hills lie on the western and northwestern margins of the Peninsular Plateau. These are highly eroded hills and are found as broken hills. Now, the extent from Gujarat to Delhi yes, the Western Ghats are known by different local names, and the height of the Western Ghats progressively increases from north to south. So, the Aravalli Hills lie on the western and northwestern margins of the Peninsular Plateau. So, these are highly eroded hills and are found as broken hills. They extend from Gujarat to Delhi in southwest and northeast direction. Now the Indian desert. So now next physiographic division is the Indian desert. So friends, the Indian desert lies towards the western margins of the Aravalli Hills, and it is an undulating sandy plain covered with the sand dunes. This region, which receives very low rainfall below 150 mm per year, So it has arid climate with low vegetation cover. Now, streams appear during the rainy season and soon after they disappear into the sand as they do not have enough water to reach the sea. Luni is the only large river in this region, the Indian desert. The Indian desert lies towards the western margins of the Aravalli Hills. It is an undulating sandy plain which covered with sand dunes. This region receives very low rainfall below 150 mm per year. So it has arid climate with low vegetation cover and the streams appear during the rainy season. So soon after they disappear into the sand and they do not have enough water to reach the sea. So Luni is the only large river in this region. Now, Burchans, that is crescent shaped dunes, cover larger areas, but longitudinal dunes become more prominent near the Indo-Pakistan boundary. So when we are visiting, when if we are talking about near about Jaisalmer, there are a group of Burchans. Now we'll see the Burchans, that is crescent shaped dunes. Yes, this is the sidewall floor, Burchan front, lee side and crystalline. This is the side wall. So lee side, Burchan tail, floor and flum. Now after the Indian desert, now we'll see next physiographic division is the coastal plains. Next physiographic division is the coastal plains. So friends, the Peninsular Plateau is flanked by stretch of narrow coastal strips running along the Arabian Sea on the west and the Bay of Bengal on the east. The western coast, sandwiched between the Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea, is a narrow plain. So it consists of three sections. The northern part of the coast is called the Konkan, that is between Mumbai to Goa. The central stretch is called Kannad Plain, while the south stretch is referred to as Malabar Coast. So the Peninsular Plateau is flanked by stretch of narrow coastal strips running along the Arabian Sea on the west and the Bay of Bengal on the east. So specifically these regions. Now I'll mark them with the now I'll mark this through yellow color. Yes, now this is west coast and east coast. So this is like this region. So this area is known as Konkan, then Kannad and Malabar coast. So this is the three divisions of this west coast, like Konkan, Kannad and Malabar coast. So the western coast, sandwiched between the Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea, is a narrow plain and which is consists of three sections: Konkan, Kannad and Malabar coast. Yes, the farming in the coastal plains. So the plains along the Bay of Bengal are wide and level. So the plains along the Bay of Bengal are wide and level. In the northern part, it is referred to as the northern Sirkar, while the southern part is known as the Coromandel coast. The northern part is referred as the northern Sirkar, whereas the southern part is known as the Coromandel coast. Large rivers such as the Mahanadi, the Godavari, and the Krishna and the Kaveri have formed extensive delta on this coast. Lake Chilika is an important feature along the eastern coast. So why Chilika Lake is important? We have covered one of the complete lecture on Lake Chilika. You can search on the YouTube the lecture given by me on Chilika Lake. You can watch this lecture on YouTube. Now, so Lake Chilika is an important feature along the eastern coast. So friends, the Chilika Lake is the largest saltwater lake in India. It lies in the state of Odisha. To the south of the Mahanadi Delta. So this is the location of Chilika Lake in Odisha. So the Chilika Lake is the largest saltwater lake in India, and it lies in the state of Odisha to the south of the Mahanadi Delta. Now after that, next is the islands. So as we know, India has a vast mainland. So beside this, the country has two groups of islands. Now here you can identify the island given in the picture. So the islands. Next, physiographic division. Yes, sixth one, last physiographic division of today's session, that is the islands. So we have already seen that India has a vast mainland. Along with that, we have two groups of islands. So the Lakshadweep Islands group lying close to the Malabar coast of Kerala. So this group of islands is composed of small coral islands. So earlier they were known as Lakadiv, Minicoy and Amnidiv. So in 1973 these were named as Lakshadweep. So it covers small area of 32 square kilometer, and Kavaratti Island is the administrative headquarters of the Lakshadweep. This island group has great diversity of flora and fauna. The Pitti Island, which is uninhabited, has a bird sanctuary. The Pitti Island, which is uninhabited, has a bird sanctuary. Now, the long chain of islands located in the Bay of Bengal, which is extending from north to south. So these are Andaman and Nicobar Islands. They are bigger in size and are more numerous and scattered. The entire group of islands is divided into broad categories, like the Andaman in the north and the Nicobar in the south. It is believed that these islands are an elevated portion of the submarine mountains. These island groups are great strategic importance for the country. There is great diversity of flora and fauna in this group of islands too. And these islands lie close to equator and experience equatorial climate and has thick forest cover. So the islands Lakshadweep, Andaman and Nicobar. Now corals. So coral polyps are short-lived microscopic organisms which live in colonies. They flourish in shallow, mud-free and warm waters. They secrete calcium carbonate. The coral secretion and their skeleton from coral deposit in the form of reefs. They are mainly of three kinds. The coral secretion and their skeleton from coral deposits in the form of reefs, and they are mainly of three kinds: barrier reef, fringing reef and atolls. The Great Barrier Reef of Australia is good example of the first kind of coral reefs. Atolls are circular or horseshoe-shaped coral reefs. So, coral, which polyps are short-lived microscopic organisms, and the Great Barrier Reef of Australia is good example of the first kind of coral reef. Atolls are circular or horseshoe-shaped coral reefs. Now, India's only active volcano is, do you know this fact? India's only active volcano is found on Barren Island in Andaman and Nicobar group of islands. So this is the location of Barren Island in the Bay of Bengal. So the India's only active volcano is found on Barren Island in Andaman and Nicobar group of islands. Now, a detailed account of the different physiographic units which highlights the unique features of each region. So it would however be clear that each region complements the other and makes the country richer in its natural resources. The mountains are the major sources of water and forest wealth. The northern plains are the granaries of the country. They provide the base for early civilizations. The plateau is a storehouse of minerals which has played a crucial role in the industrialization of the country. The coastal region and island groups provide sites for fishing and port activities. Thus, the diverse physical features of the land have immense future possibilities of development. So, in this part, we have studied about physical features of India, where we have discussed a country has all major physical features of the earth like mountains, plains, deserts, plateaus, and islands. The land of India displays great physical variation, and geologically, the Peninsular Plateau constitutes one of the ancient land masses on the Earth's surface. It was supposed to be one of the most stable land blocks, and the Himalayas and the northern plains are the most recent landforms. So, when we are talking about the viewpoint of geology, Himalayan mountains form an unstable zone. So the whole mountain system of Himalaya, which represents a very youthful topography with high peaks, deep valleys, and fast flowing rivers, where the northern plains are formed of alluvial deposits, and the peninsular plateau is composed of igneous and metamorphic rocks with gently rising hills and wide valleys. Then we have covered the major physiographic divisions: the Himalayan mountains, northern plains, peninsular plateau, Indian desert, coastal plains, and islands. So, Himalayan mountains, geologically young and structurally fold mountains, stretch over the northern borders of India. Then we have discussed highest peak of the Himalayas: Mount Everest, Kanchenjunga, Makalu, Dhaulagiri, Nanga Parbat, Annapurna, Nanda Devi, Kamet, Namcha Barwa, and Gurla Mandata. The folds of the Great Himalayas are asymmetrical in nature. So the core of this part of Himalayas is composed of granite and it is perennially snowbound and a number of glaciers descend from this range. Yes. Now, yes. So, Subha, today we are studying about class 9th NCRT of Contemporary India 1, where we have already covered introductory part and now we are studying about physiographic divisions. So we have covered Himalayan mountains, northern plains, peninsular plateau, Indian desert, coastal plains and islands. So the range lying to the south of the Himadri, which forms the most rugged mountain system, is known as Himachal or Lesser Himalayas. So Pir Panjal range, longest and the most important range in Lesser Himalaya. Then the outermost range of the Himalayas is called the Shivaliks. They extended over a width of 10 to 15 kilometers and have an altitude varying between 900 to 900 and 1100 meters. So the longitudinal valley lying between Lesser Himalaya and Shivalik are known as dunes. So Dehradun, Potli Dun and Patli Dun are some of the well-known dunes. Yes, then we have covered the mapping of this physiographic division. Then we have covered northern plain. So northern plain is broadly divided into three sections. The western part of the northern plain is referred to as Punjab Plains, which is formed by Indus and its tributaries. So doves is made up of two words, that is do means two and ab meaning water. Dove. Majuli is the Brahmaputra river. Yes, Majuli in the Brahmaputra river is the largest inhabited riverine island in the world. Then Ganga plain and Brahmaputra plain. So the largest part of the northern plain is formed of older alluvium. So the rivers after in the northern plain, the rivers after descending from the mountains deposit pebbles in narrow belt lying parallel to the slopes of the Shivalik. It is known as Babar. So all the streams disappear in this Babar belt, and south of this belt, the streams and rivers remerge and create wet, swampy and marshy region, which is known as Terai. Yes, Dudhwa National Park is also located in this region. Then the largest part of the northern plain is formed of older alluvium. It lies between above the flood plains of the rivers and presents a terrace-like feature. This part is known as Bangar, and the soil in this region which contains calcareous deposits which locally known as Kankar. And the newer or younger deposits of the flood plains are called Khadr. Then Peninsular Plateau. After that we have studied the Peninsular Plateau. So Peninsular Plateau is tableland composed of the old crystalline, igneous and metamorphic rocks. It was formed due to the breaking and drifting of the Gondwana land and thus making it part of the oldest landmass. Then the plateau consists of two broad divisions like the Central Highlands and the Deccan Plateau. The Deccan Plateau is triangular landmass that lies to the south of the river Narmada. Yes, Yes. So there is query. Yes, Bhangar, Khadar, Tarai, and yes, these are the four regions: Bhabar, Tarai, Bhangar, and Kankar. Yes. Now next, the Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats mark the western and eastern edges of the Deccan Plateau respectively. So Western Ghats lie parallel to the western coast. They are continuous and can be crossed through passes only. The Western Ghats are higher than the Eastern Ghats. Then in Western Ghats, Anaimudi, Doda Betta and Mahendragiri. Yes, Anaimudi and Doda Betta in Western Ghats, whereas Mahendragiri is the highest peak in the Eastern Ghat. So when we are talking about the distinct feature of the Peninsular Plateau is the black soil area known as Deccan Trap. So this is of volcanic origin and hence the rocks are igneous. So these rocks have denuded over time and are responsible for the formation of black soil. Then the Indian desert we have covered. So the Indian desert lies towards the western margins of the Aravalli Hills and it is an undulating sandy plain covered with sand dunes. The region receives very low rainfall below 150 mm per year and it has arid climate with low vegetation cover. So Luni is the only large river in this region. Then we have covered coastal plains. The coastal plains. So when we are talking about Peninsular Plateau, which is flanked by stretch of narrow coastal streams, which running along the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. So on the west with the Arabian Sea and eastern side along the Bay of Bengal. The western coast consists of three sections: Konkan, Kannad Plain and Malabar coast. So the east coast, which is along with the Bay of Bengal, are white and in level nature. So the northern part of east coast, it is referred to as the northern Sirkar while the southern part of the east coast known as the Coromandel coast. Then larger rivers such as Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri, which have formed extensive delta on the east coast, and Chilika Lake is an important feature along the eastern coast. So Chilika Lake is the largest salt lake. Barren Island is the only active volcano in India which found, yes, which is in the Andaman and Nicobar group of islands. Yes. Now after that, friends, we'll start with drainage. Friends, please check the internet connection at your end. Maybe due to the fluctuations in the internet connection, video is not streaming continuously. Please check the internet connection. Yes, now we'll start with the next is drainage. Now the term drainage, which describes the river system of an area. The term drainage, which describes the river system of an area. Yes, when we are observing physical map, we'll notice that small streams flowing from different directions come together to form the main river, which ultimately drains into a large water body such as a lake or a sea or an ocean. The area drained by a single river system is called a drainage basin. The area drained by a single river system is called a drainage basin. A closer observation on the map will indicate that any elevated area, such as a mountain or an upland, which separate two drainage basins, such an upland is known as a water divide. Yes. Now, this diagram is clearly showing water divide. These are the stream A and stream B. So, any elevated area such as mountain or an upland which separates two drainage basins, and such upland is known as a water divide. This is upland or we can say mountain or uphill, which is water divide. Now, friends, do you know the world's largest drainage basin is of the Amazon River? The world's largest drainage basin is of the Amazon River. So see these diagrams is talked about the drainage basin. Now, drainage systems in India. Now we'll study drainage systems in India. So the drainage systems of India are mainly controlled by the broad relief features of the subcontinent. So accordingly, the Indian rivers are divided into two major groups: the Himalayan rivers and the peninsular rivers. As in last chapter we have studied about physiographic divisions. The drainage systems of India are mainly controlled by the broad relief features of the subcontinent. Now, apart from originating from the two major physiographic regions of India, the Himalayan and peninsular rivers are different from each other in many ways. So, most of the Himalayan rivers are perennial. It means that they have water throughout the year, and these rivers receive water from rain as well as from melted snow from lofty mountains. So, perennial means that they have water throughout the year. The two major Himalayan rivers, the Indus and the Brahmaputra, originate from the north of the mountain ranges. They have cut through the mountains, making gorges. The Himalayan rivers have long courses from their source to the sea. They perform intensive erosional activity in their upper courses and carry huge loads of silt and sand. So, in the middle and the lower course, these rivers form meanders, oxbow lakes, and many other depositional features in their flood plains. Yes, they also have well-developed deltas. Now, the rivers have cut through the mountains, making gorges. So this figure is talking about a gorge made by a river. Yes, now next is the features made by rivers. So see, this is the source of river, the upper course, then middle course, and this is the lower course. So Minder, Oxbow Lake, and Delta. So the Himalayan rivers have long courses from their source to the sea. They perform intensive erosional activity in their upper courses and carry huge loads of silt and sand. In the middle and the lower course, these rivers form Mindus, Oxbow lakes, and many other depositional features in their flood plains. They also have well-developed deltas. So this diagram is described about source of river, the upper course with the silt and sand, then middle course with Mender, and lower course with the Oxbow lake and deltas. So a large number of peninsular rivers are seasonal as their flow is dependent on rainfall. During the dry season, even the large rivers have reduced flow of water in their channels. Now, after the Himalayan rivers, we'll see peninsular rivers. So, large number of peninsular rivers are seasonal as their flow is dependent on rainfall. And during the dry season, even the large rivers have reduced flow of water in their channels. The peninsular rivers have shorter and shallower courses as compared to their Himalayan counterparts. However, some of them originate in the central highlands and flow towards the west. So most of the rivers of peninsular India originate in the western Ghats and flow towards the Bay of Bengal. Yes, friends. So here is a reminder for all of you. Unacademy is providing 4-in-1 offer, which means single subscription and 4 benefits. Like printed notes worth rupees 10,000, you will get absolutely free with minimum 1 year subscription. In mega subscription offer, you will get extended validity till next preliminary examination. For example, if you will opt for 1 year subscription, then you will get validity till next preliminary examination, that is 2022. And those aspirants facing financial constraints, they can go with loans for UPSC subscription, which means no cost EMI providing on the subscription and 10% discount. Friends, do not forget to use referral code RBI Live at the time of subscription. And Unacademy is conducting Civil Services Championship on 13th June from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. It's absolutely free for all aspirants. And here is the chance to win scholarship and prizes worth rupees 3 crore. So the scholarships like 25% to 100% in subscription. Then you will get physical notes, hard copy of notes, and the prizes like exciting prizes, MacBook, iPad, iPhone, and AirPods. Yes, you will get class PDF as well. In the next session, we'll provide you the link in which you can provide the details. We will forward you the PDFs. Yes, Subha. And those aspirants pursuing their graduation or after their 12th planning to start their preparation for civil services, they can go with iconic subscription of Unacademy, where they will get all the features of Plus course along with additional features like personal guidance, study planner, study material, expert guidelines and test analysis. In Plus subscription, you will get 10% discount. Plus and iconic paid subscription, you will get 10% discount after using referral code RBI Live, which means you have to pay only 64,800 rupees for 2 years of Plus course and 1,04,175 rupees for iconic course of 2 years. This price is after discount using referral code RBI Live. We are going to start new batches from 2nd June. We have 1 year batch, 2 year batches and NCERT batches along with revision batches you can join as per your convenience. Free test series for all aspirants we are providing. You have to use code RBI Live to unlock the test. So here we will cover general studies and current affairs part. It's absolutely free for all aspirants and we are conducting Unacademy Combat on every Sunday morning 11 am. The combat is available in Hindi and English medium. Where you can use code RBI Live for enrollment of Unacademy Combat. So today we have studied few topics in class 9th NCERT Contemporary India Part 1. Now friends, where we have learned about India, size and location, physical features of India, and now we are studying drainage. So the peninsular rivers are seasonal as their flow is dependent on rainfall, and the peninsular rivers have shorter and shallower courses as compared to their Himalayan counterparts. So most of the rivers of peninsular India originate in the Western Ghats and flow towards the Bay of Bengal. Now we'll see the Himalayan rivers in detail. So I hope we will cover today the Indus river system and then remaining part in the next session. So the major Himalayan rivers are the Indus, Ganga and the Brahmaputra. These rivers are long and are joined by many large and important tributaries. So a river along with its tributaries may be called a river system. So what is meant by river system? So a river along with its tributaries may be called a river system. Now the Indus river system will start. The Indus river system. So friends, today we will cover the Indus river system and remaining part in the next session of next NCERT marathon session. The river Indus, which rises in Tibet near Lake Mansarovar. The Indus river flowing west, it enters in India in the Ladakh. It forms picturesque gorge in this part. Several tributaries, the Jaskar, the Nubra, the Shok, Hunza, join in the Kashmir region. So friends, when we are visiting near Leh, there is one of the important tourist spots. So the confluence of Indus and Janskar River. So whenever you will visit the Ladakh trip, do not forget to visit confluence of Janskar and Indus in Ladakh. So these two rivers merge. So this is the spot between Leh and Kargil. In Nimbu Valley. Yes, now come to the part. The Indus flows through Baltistan and Gilgit and emerges from the mountains at Atok. The Satluj, Bias, Ravi Chenab and Jhelum join together to enter the Indus near Mithankot in Pakistan. So beyond this, the Indus flows southwards and eventually reaching the Arabian Sea near the east of Karachi. So the Indus plain has a very gentle slope with a total length of 2,900 km. The Indus is one of the longest rivers of the world. So little over a third of the Indus basin is located in India. So little over third of the Indus basin is located in India, that is Ladakh, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, and the rest in the Pakistan. Yes, next marathon will conduct on 3rd of June. Yes, on 3rd June morning 11 a.m. The time is on 3rd June at 11 a.m. will conduct next marathon of this NCRT. Yes, 3rd June morning 11 a.m. next part. Now, Indus River system. So friends, do you know, according to the regulations of the Indus Water Treaty 1960, India can use only 20% of the total water carried by the Indus River system. And this water is used for irrigation in Punjab, Haryana, and the southern and the western parts of Rajasthan. So Indus Water Treaty, as per the treaty, India can use only 20% of the total water which carried by the Indus River system. Now we'll just see this Indus Water Treaty in detail. So friends, the Indus Water Treaty, even you can check the a special class we have covered this topic of Indus Water Treaty. Here we'll just discuss in short the distribution of waters of the Indus and its tributaries between India and Pakistan, which is governed by the Indus Water Treaty. This treaty was signed on 19 September 1960 between India, Pakistan, and a representative of World Bank. Partition of India, which cut across the Indus River basin, which has the Indus River plus 5 of its main tributaries. So the western rivers like Chenab, Jhelum, Indus, and eastern rivers Satluj, Beas, Ravi. So India's rights over these rivers limited on western rivers, that is Chenab, Jhelum, and Indus. So India's rights over these rivers limited and can set up certain irrigation, run off the river power plants, and very limited shortage storage, domestic and non-consumptive use, and all subject to conditions. And about the eastern rivers, India's rights over these rivers, all exclusive rights lie with India, Satluj, Beas, and Ravi. So Indus Waters Commission once every 5 years conducts a general inspection of all rivers in parts, and total inspection to so far over 100, and regularly meets once a year. Total meetings thus far, including those for taking up park objections over. Yes, they are conducting regularly meets once a year to discuss issues from both countries. So in this picture, the Bagliha Dam on Chenab River. So friends, in the next session, we'll start from the Ganga river system. So we'll wind up our session here, and now we'll meet you on 3rd June. Yes, that is on Thursday morning, 11 a.m. So friends, till the time, keep studying, keep revising. Take care of your family, near dear ones during this pandemic situation. And do not forget to like, share and subscribe Unacademy videos. See you in the next lecture. Till the time, keep revising, keep studying. All the best. Take care.